Come on. All right. Let's go through here. And let's wrap around. I think over here is optimal. Even though the Minotaurs drop garbage loot. Trash can loot. Oh, well, 51 magic. I'm at level 46. Probably train defense a little bit. Bank your stuff. Where we at? 50. We can do some defense. Hold on. Combat XP. Right here. I'm not gonna... I'll probably get it to 30 and then go back to regular. Level 5 defense. Level 7. That was freaking instantaneous. Level 8. Holy crap. These levels are coming in so freaking fast. Another minute on that. Alright, when I die, I can upgrade my armor. We traded. Hello. I'm doing well today. Just continuing where I left off yesterday. Oh, I forgot to pick up the other armor. That's fine. We get 30 defense, so I can wear my... what? The tier 3 armor? Made tank armor. I'm flying through these levels. Just trying to train my mage yet. Oh my goodness. Dude, we already wreck shit. And this is free to play. Nice, nice. About to log on for Citadel. The Citadel, is that the clan stuff? Yeah, I've got OSRS going. I'm at the crabs right now. The sand crabs. I guess I could switch to the other crab. Potentially. Sand crabs were more optimal for me earlier, but that might change with this. Yes, sir. Do it weekly for XP and 6% XP buff all week. Oh, okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. Sounds worth. Almost to 30. So strange to get off a high level main to a new account, isn't it? Yeah, I would say so. But I've never played members in RuneScape 3, so right now I did start a new account. I've been farther than this in free to play. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay in free to play, but my plan is to get through all the free to play content, and then I'm planning on doing members in both games. I already did all the free to play content in old school RuneScape, but now I'm doing the free to play content in RuneScape 3 while I grind on the side in old school. Works pretty well. But I'm still I'm not super new to the game, but I'm new to members content. At this point, I started members content in old school RuneScape like 6 or 7 days ago. Someone was nice enough to give me a bond, so I've been grinding quests. I'm done with 73 of the quests at this point, I think. Yeah, 73 out of 178. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying out both. And well, I already like I know I already like RuneScape 3 just from free to play, playing on my other account. So I'm looking forward to seeing what else this game has to offer. But the plan is to make I want a max main on both games, and then I want I'm gonna max an Iron Man account on both games too. That's the plan. And then maybe if I can find enough cool people that want to play, maybe group Iron Man could be fun too. Although I don't know how that would work exactly, since I'm still learning the game for the first time. That might be something that I'll save for later once I've like maxed an account, so I know more. I don't know. I guess it kind of depends on who I ended up doing a group Iron Man with. I mean, this game's pretty casual, but I wouldn't want to be like the one guy that doesn't know like the content. You know, I have like 4 other people carrying Iron Man. Nice, that's what I'm working on. Awesome, yeah. I think playing. I think all the game types are really interesting. And then like beyond that, there's even like plugins to play the game like in other ways. You know, you got like Bronze Man mode, you got Ultimate Iron Man mode, like freaking Tile Man mode, Nightmare mode, all sorts of stuff. This game's gonna keep me busy for a very long time, I think. The worst part of RS3 is getting the 120s. That's the real grind, going to 103 mil experience. Man, I can only imagine that. We'll have to see how that works. Yeah, not sure how I feel about that. That might take a while, which is interesting because this game is. I mean, I know this game is being a lot faster to level up in old school RuneScape, but what if that changed? That would be something. I don't think it would take that long from dungeoneering though. Dungeoneering levels up so fast. Like it just scales so hard. That might be the fastest skill to level up in the whole game for all I know. 34. I don't think I have the level 40 mage armor. Pretty sure I tried to buy that on the GE and it did not go through. I know there's a lot less people that play this game, and I think the biggest impact that's gonna have is like I won't always be able to get everything off of the GE. That'll be interesting to have to deal with. But just because something's on the GE doesn't mean I'm necessarily gonna be able to get it. I haven't got all the 120s yet. I switched over to OSRS. Yeah. I feel that. Well, here's the saving grace. As long as there is AFK ability, as long as there's an AFK of doing like all the skills, then I think we're chilling. Once you take away the AFK part, that's when things get rough. I'm not sure if every skill has a way to like do AFK training. Your health makes your anxiety go up to the roof. It makes my health. Nah. Honestly, I've been death warping because it gives me prayer restoration back. So I've just been like, I don't care if I die. I don't lose anything really. Let's see. Oh, we can equip this now. Batwing. Right, 100% true. Yeah, it's all part of the strategy. Need to go pick up an amulet. Guess we can go do that now. Amulet of Magic will probably do. Or maybe I'll pick up an Amulet of Magic and then Amulet of Power? We'll have to see what the Amulet of Magic even does in this game. If it only improves your accuracy, if it does damage. Got 69 range in old school Runescape. Alright, it's amulet. Amulet of accuracy, defense, magic, power, strength. Alright, let's get an amulet of magic. Cool. What does it do? Magic damage bonus. Ooh. That gives a damage bonus too. That's interesting. What? Amulet of accuracy. You got an amulet of power. Amulet. Let's get a strength amulet. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think I want anything else. The amulet of power is better for ranged, and then the amulet of power is better for ranged against the amulet of defense. Yep, I think that's it. Boom. Right. $53. Hold up. What defense are... You know what? I probably don't care. I don't need to purchase the other armor. Not worth my time. I'll probably just go for... I guess I'll just go straight for 50 defense. And that way I'll be able to equip Mystic. And then from there I can boost my magic back up all the way to... I think 74 is when my damage caps out. Potentially. This damage scales to 74. That's actually what I'm going for, is 50 defense. There you go. Yeah. And old school Runescape, I'm trying to get... let's see here. OSRS ranged. Unlocked. So I think it's 85? Yeah, 85 to wield the twisted bow, and then... Not that I need that right away. I think 70 is the bare minimum I want. I'm one off of that. That'll give me access to the better Ava's accumulator. Black Dragon Hide. It's all kinds of good stuff. I'm basically at that. And then... So eventually we gotta get 85. I'll probably just go straight to 85 before I do anything. I don't know. We'll see. It kind of ends up... It kind of depends on what I end up doing in RuneScape 3 as well. If I start doing AFK stuff in RS3, then I'll just start doing less AFK stuff in the other game. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. I'm just gonna stay at sand crabs. I was thinking about going to the other crab, but would that be worth? Are they good XP? Sand crabs. So there's the new crab in the game, the gem crab. I was familiar with the rock crabs and the sand crabs, and then after that they added the Fossil Island crabs, and then now there's the gemstone crab, and one's not inherently better than the other ones. They all have. Well, I've never done the rock crabs before. I've only ever done the sand crabs and the gemstone crab. But depending on how you're wanting to AFK determines which crab is better. I've been doing Slayer for combat experience. Haven't found anything to AFK. Okay. But as for the way the crabs work is like, with sand crabs, you can reset them whenever you want. See, I got my timer here in the top left. And let's say, like I was playing Overwatch before, and I didn't want to have to like, reset my character like mid-round, you know, while I'm playing Overwatch, because if I get distracted for like even a moment in Overwatch, that could cost me. And so sand crabs, like when you're in between games, like in the lobby and stuff, you can reset it. So like I could let's say like a game of Overwatch was about to start. I could go, even though I still have 7 minutes left on the sand crab timer, I could go ahead and reset it back to 10 minutes, like right away. Whereas the gemstone crab isn't, it has a like a strict timer that you have to follow. So you don't, the main difference is with sand crabs, you get to determine when you want to reset the timer. And with the gemstone crab, the game determines when you have to reset. Which isn't, it's not a bad thing if you're doing an activity like what I'm doing right now. Like I can tab out to OS, RS whenever I want right now, because I'm just doing some low intensity training on Runescape 3. It's for if you're playing a different game in a higher intensity, that's when sand crabs are better. That's the main difference. But the gemstone crab, well, the issue with sand crabs is that, well, for one thing, you can get crashed by other people. Sometimes other people show up and decide that they're just gonna screw with your experience, so that's annoying. But aside from other people, every time you, like, let's say you're fighting a sand crab and you get it down to 1 HP. Well, even if you roll like a 20 hit, if the sand crab only has 1 health left, then you're only gonna get experience for 1 hit. But the gemstone crab has unlimited health, and so you never have to worry about overkilling. So you'll always get the full experience if you roll high on a damage roll. So essentially, if you're not bothered by having to reset when the game determines that you need to reset the timer, then gemstone crabs are basically better. But otherwise, sand crabs are better. And then I don't know if I think the difference between rock crabs, sand crabs, and Fossil Island crabs are that they have different amounts of XP. Or different amounts of max HP, which just determines how often you're going to be overkilling. So the sand crabs might have the lowest, maybe the rock crabs have the lowest HP. Sand crabs have 60 HP, which is already really solid. But I know that the Fossil Island crabs have the highest HP, aside from the gemstone crab that has unlimited. So I don't know the difference between rock crabs and sand crabs. There might not be any difference aside from aesthetic. But I do like that each of the different crab types have like a different use. Say for instance, if it turned out that rock crabs were exactly the same stat-wise as sand crabs, they would still have a place in the game. Because say you're playing like Deadman mode and sand crabs is crowded, you could go to rock crabs. It's just an alternative location to train in case the other one's crowded, basically. I could look up rock crab OSRS wiki. Let's see how much health it has. I don't even know where to look. 50. So rock crabs have 10 less health than sand crabs, so sand crabs are just like... Sand crabs are better to train at, but that's if there's space for you. If you're getting crashed constantly because there's all kinds of people around, then rock crabs are going to be better. Because 10 HP... Having 10 HP less is going to... It is going to slow your XP by a little bit, but not by a whole lot. $39. There's 40 defense. Heck yeah, I might go to rock crabs for a little while later. Okay. I don't know if, yeah. Well, sand crabs have no requirements, and I'm here right now, and, like, there's open spots, so... Really, I'd recommend going to sand crabs, honestly. The only... I don't know that rock crabs... Rock crabs might have no requirements. But the only requirement for sand crabs, I think, is the... I don't even know if you need X marks the spot to get to Great Corinne or not. But if you can get onto the island of Great Corinne, then that's all you need, and then you can make it to sand crabs. It's just on the southernmost part of the island. Like on the sandy area. Man, it's gonna be so cool when they add plugins to this game. I think that's gonna be a big improvement, because I think plugins are... I would say overall plugins are gonna be an overall asset to the game experience. Because the thing is, plugins are things that you can opt into or out of, you know? Like, some people don't like plugins, and that's fine. They can play with no plugins. But I like the functionality that Alt-1 provides, and plugins would be basically just be a better Alt-1. I don't know how they're gonna do their plugins though. I actually wrote that down in notes. Nice. I don't know how they're gonna do plugins in this game. If they're gonna allow the community to create plugins like they do for old school RuneScape, or if because I know they're trying to be careful about how they do it, because they wanna maintain control of how their game functions and not hand it all over to other people. Because at one point they said that they kind of felt like it was a mistake to allow plugins into old school RuneScape, because it's kind of one of those Pandora's box things where, like, once you add plugins to the game, you kind of can't take them away. Like, what I'm talking about is, like, old school RuneScape has the quest helper plugin, right? And the quest helper plugin does a lot. I mean, it basically it makes questing super easy. Like, people that don't like questing can breeze through quests in like a fraction of the time that it would have taken to like actually read stuff and figure out how to do quests. So that's a pretty big thing, but it's questionable if they want that in the game, because maybe they want the quest to mean more, you know, like someone who has the quest cape in RuneScape 3, it means that they took the time to like look up, you know, each individual quest, you know, or maybe they did it without a guide or something, you know, like in RuneScape 3, they at least had to look stuff up. Clues and everything became easier than... Yeah, definitely. See, it's stuff like that. Like, there's gray area where, like... Where do we draw the line, you know? We don't want the game to be... I don't know. Yeah, it's like, where do we draw the line? Do we want... Is it a healthy thing for the game if people are able to just turn on a plugin and all the puzzles in the game are just instantly solved by the machine? You know? The people that aren't using the plugin end up at a big disadvantage, you know? So, you just gotta be careful about it. But the thing is, illegal clients exist, and these illegal clients already have plugins. So, like, there's people that cheat, like, straight up. Like, even on RuneLite, there's plugins that aren't allowed to be used because Jagex has to approve all the plugins for RuneLite, you know, and basically say, hey, this is, like, yeah, they have to ask for permission, and they're like, hey, can we do what we're trying to do, or is this too far? You know, and sometimes they're gonna be like, hey, that's too far, like, you can't create a plugin that, like, switches prayers for you. Like, that's too much. You know? But people have, with these cheat clients, people do have those sorts of plugins where they are having, you know, robots switch prayers for them. And those people hopefully get banned. But if you allow a plugin and then you decide later that you're gonna take it away, like, that's gonna make people upset. So they want to try to avoid that as much as possible. You're on RuneLite right now? Yeah, I'm on RuneLite too. That's the only old school RuneScape client I use. I don't know of a reason to use the main client over the Runelight client. I know for whatever reason, like, I don't know. I think Jagex would prefer if you used the official client, but I'm not entirely sure why. But I know it has to do with maintaining that control that I mentioned. Like when HD for Runelight was getting ready to come out, it was this big deal. It was this big ordeal because Jagex wasn't sure if they wanted the community-made HD plugin to function because they wanted to make their own. And I think they released their own, or maybe it's still in development. But like, that's an example of something that, like in RuneScape 3, my understanding is that they have like the metrics plugin, or RuneScape 3 has rune metrics, right? And a lot of people are interested in like seeing, you know, graphs and like their stats like in graph form and stuff. And in RuneScape 3, they have you pay for that. But in old school RuneScape, that's just a plugin that you can download. It's free. So basically Jagex is losing out on an opportunity to make money if they allow those sorts of plugins. But at the same time, I don't know if Rune Metrics is a part of the stuff that they're changing. I know they're making a lot of changes to RuneScape 3 where they're getting rid of the MTX stuff. I don't know if Rune Metrics is a part of that change. Maybe Rune Metrics will become free for RuneScape 3. I mean, that would make me happy because I do think it's kind of silly that they want people to pay for that. Because Rune Metrics, they released it, but it sucks. They released what? You talking about Rune Metrics? Love Rune Metrics, but quit paying for it. Yeah. Yeah, to me that's silly. I don't think that's something you should have to pay for. It's free in OSRS, and then the thing is, like, it's not exactly pay to win. So like, if they left it in the game, then people couldn't claim that it's like pay to win. But I don't know. It's just a cool thing. You know, like, it improves your satisfaction of the game. Why should you have to pay extra money for that? And then I think it's also subscription-based? I'm not sure. Well, based on what you just said, I think it is subscription-based. If they are gonna make people pay for Rune Metrics, then it should be a one-time payment thing. Like, that's just... they're asking for too much. Yeah, I hope Rune Metrics becomes free. That would be an improvement. I'm okay with them trying to make money, you know, but they need to do it in a way that is right. HD graphics, but they aren't very smooth. Oh, okay, they released the HD graphics, but it's no good. I see. Man, that was ticking people off, because I remember when that first was happening. Like, dude came along and he made the community HD plugin, and he was gonna release it to everybody for free for Runelight. And then Jagex, like, after he finished it and was ready to release it, Jagex at the last minute was like trying to tell him to hold off on uploading it. Like, they were actually telling him not to upload it, like, just scrap it, throw it away, and not to upload it. Like, they were like, yeah, you're not allowed to upload it. And it's like, dude, what do you mean I can't upload it? Like you should have told me that this wasn't gonna be allowed before I spent all this time making the plugin. Like, this is insane, you know? And that was their original plan, was to not let him release it, because they had at some point they had decided that they wanted to make their own. But the fact that it's as bad as you say it is, and it's not as good as the community one, and... Dude, I was still in college when this was happening, I'm pretty sure. And that was a couple years ago. So the HD plugin's been out for years, and if their HD plugin still sucks after years, that's really bad. I mean, I love Jagex. I think they've made some really fun games, but they screw some stuff up sometimes, man. Overall, I think Jagex is a good company. But they make mistakes. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was taking a break from RuneScape. I wasn't even playing RuneScape at the time, and I still was aware of what was going on because it was just blowing up on Reddit. And just... Not even just on Reddit, like... I don't even use Reddit, and I knew about it, so that tells me, like, people were probably talking about it in YouTube videos. Because I am on YouTube a good amount. That's probably how I would have seen it. Got 22 prayer. Man. 44 defense. Nope, it still sucks. I switched to Runelights HD again. I don't get it, man. You see, if it's still bad, that tells me it's not a priority for them to work on it. Which I don't see why it would be. Like, tell me, so they eventually, because people were so pissed off about what was going on with the HD stuff, and they wanted their game to survive and not have this whole, they didn't want all the, I mean, there were people that were saying that they wanted to quit the game because of Jagex doing this garbage, and there was going to be a boycott and all this stuff. So in order to avoid all that, they decided to just allow the plugin. But then they said, but by the way, we're still making our own. And it's like, well, why? Like, why should I as the player care if you're making another one? Like, if we already have HD. Like, it begs the question, like, why? Is it going to be significantly better in some way? You know, are you going to... One way that they could... I mean, it's an unfair way. But one way that they could make their plugin better than the Runelight HD plugin is if they allowed, like features in their plugin. If they allowed certain features in their HD that aren't available in the regular one, like built-in plugins or something, then that would be a way for them to have an unfair advantage and, you know, tip the scales, make people use theirs. But yeah, if I'm gonna use their HD plugin, then I need a good reason, and they never said why. It's like, well, I mean, when I heard that, I was like, well, I mean, if they get around to making their own HD plugin, then like I'll check it out eventually, you know? I mean, competition is good. I mean, it's good to have at least two of everything in life. That way, you know, competition just makes both products better. It's good for the consumer. I'm gonna end up using whichever one is better. But they just never clarified in what way it was gonna compete. You know, is it supposed to have better graphics? Is it supposed to have better performance? That would be a good one for me, potentially. Am I gonna be able to use plugins? You know, my understanding is that it's a massive downgrade, because if I use their HD plugin, then it means that I can't use any of the other Runelight plugins. That's a major sacrifice. They, at a bare minimum, they would have to allow all the RuneLite plugins to also work with their HD. That would be a starting point. And then on top of that, if people are adverse to change naturally, that's just one of the things you learn in business. I mean, I actually heard that from Elon Musk, that if you want somebody to, like, if you want to create a product that already exists and you want people to use your product instead of one that already exists out in the world, then it needs to be not just a little bit better than something that's out there. It needs to be significantly better. People need a good reason to go through the hassle of trying something new, because using something new is a pain in the ass. Everybody knows this. So there is a small subset of people that actually do not like plugins. They just want to play the game without plugins, but maybe they still want HD. If Jagex could make HD perform significantly better than the RuneLite HD, then I could see a use case. That would be a way for some people to find it useful. But there's also kind of a problem with that. And the problem with that is that Runescape isn't particularly a difficult game to run in the first place. I mean, I don't have my FPS displayed right now, but if I had my FPS on right now, like the FPS counter, I'd be getting like over 200 FPS while I'm doing this. That's in RS3. In old school RuneScape, let me bring up the graph. Yeah, I have 250 FPS in old school RuneScape. Well, I'm not using the HD plugin though. There is that. It would be lower if I turned HD on. But I've experimented with HD and I still get really good performance with that. So I mean, maybe if my computer was more of a potato, then it would matter more. I will say one thing that they could change that would be kind of significant, that would matter to me a little bit, is neither RS3 or old school RuneScape utilizes my graphics card to its full potential. Which means, hold on, let me make sure this isn't going to show anything real quick. But I can show you what I'm talking about. I don't think there's anything on here I care about, but... Alright, so... if you take a look at this... yeah, right here. You see how it says, right here, GPU 1? GPU 1, I'm running both games right now. And it's only utilizing... so I have the FPS cranked to max in both games. In both in RS3 and in old school RuneScape. I'm trying to maximize my FPS in both games right now. I don't have any kind of limiter on the FPS going. And yet it's only using roughly 24% of my graphics card, 25, somewhere around there. It's not a major thing. It doesn't matter terribly, considering I am already getting like over 200 FPS in both games. But if they were to change that, I feel like that would make the game more modern. I think the fact that it's not fully utilizing the GPU resources is this game is still. The game is an old game. It's an updated old game. But it started, you know, I think that's the reason why, is because it's still, they haven't done it. Maybe they have to like update the game engine in order to make that happen. Again, it's not a major issue. They have more important things to focus on, but if they could change that one day, then that would be good. 46 defense. Oh, I'm already able to survive the onslaught of these guys. Dogpiling me, practically. How do you see that on your computer? If you hold down control and shift and then press escape, and it'll bring up your task manager. And then there's more than one tab where you can see your GPU usage. The default tab, if you're on Windows 11, the default tab shows GPU usage. Let me change my heater setting. Getting a little toasty in here. So funny how little I clearly know. Oh. That's fine. There's no shame in not knowing something, I mean. It doesn't... If you don't know something, either that just means that you were never exposed to the answer to begin with, or if you were exposed to it, then it just wasn't taught to you properly. You know, and maybe you were responsible for that learning, but, you know, learning how to learn is a skill in and of itself. There's a lot of people that are very inefficient in learning. Not that I'm an expert in it, but I've seen there's some YouTube there's I want to say there's like, I don't know, there's more than one YouTube channel at this point, I would say, that they focus on like learning how to learn. That's something I'm in the process of learning. Not that it's kind of a play on words, but I have like a kind of like a little side project that I want to do for this game, like in the short term. I want to, so just full disclosure, I have dyslexia, and if you have dyslexia, then you've had it your entire life, and so I don't know what life is like without dyslexia. Dyslexia makes it hard to read, and aside from just making it hard to read, when it's hard to read, on top of being hard to read, it makes it hard to comprehend, because comprehension is an extension of reading. Like, reading comprehension is an extension of reading, I should say. So, a side project that I have for these two games is, these games they're story-rich games, right? And so, I'm trying to take my time with the stories in these games and try to fully understand them and maybe like summarize them. And it's a real challenge for me. It's really hard, especially because like some of the names in this game are hard for me to like figure out how to say. I mean, some of it would be hard for anybody to say, you know, because it's just fictional stuff. Especially the new stuff that just recently got released in old school RuneScape, some of that stuff is hard to read, hard to pronounce. But I'm a big advocate of self-improvement. So, despite having dyslexia, anybody can get better at anything. It doesn't matter how garbage you are at some skill. You could be the slowest runner. Like, you could be the slowest runner of all time, and no matter how slow you are, if you just do it and practice and like learn better technique and stuff, then you can get better. So I don't consider myself a great reader, and I don't feel like my ability to comprehend stuff is always great. What I've discovered recently is that the reason why I'm not understanding stuff is because oftentimes I just have kind of a lack of interest. And I think having an interest in something is a little bit more, it has more nuance to it than it might seem on the surface. Like, people are like, well, everybody's had the experience of reading something and, you know, after you get done reading something, you're like, oh, you know, I don't know what I just read. You know, I didn't learn anything. And there's different reasons for that, you know, maybe you were distracted. If you were distracted, it all boils down to one thing. There was something else on your mind. The reason why there was something else on your mind is because there was something else that your mind decided was more interesting than what you were doing with the book. You know, your mind decided to think about some other thing, and that other thing was more relevant than the book that was in front of you. And so we have to find ways to make, right, it's like making up a new language. Yeah, making up a new language. Yeah, for the, yeah, this place. I'll show you on the map in old school RuneScape. This island over here that I only learned existed, like, the other day. The Kingdom of Varlamore. Their stuff is, it's next level, like, fantasy. Which means, like, you read, like, the names and stuff, and they're speaking another language. But basically, I said all that to basically, I came to the conclusion today that I need to ask more questions. If you ask more questions, then naturally you'll develop more of an interest in something. See, you can read something and then not understand what you read, or maybe understand what you read on a surface level. But if you don't ask any questions, it's like this. If you don't ask any questions, if you read something and then don't have any questions about it, you know, it's like someone reading to you or someone explaining something to you. Imagine somebody, they explain something to you, and maybe that thing isn't, maybe it's not super simple what they just explained. And once they're done explaining it, they go, okay, does that make sense? Do you have any questions? And you say what? You say, no, I don't have any questions. Well, if you don't have any questions, then you're not thinking. You should have questions. If you have questions, then that means that you're thinking about the thing. That place is insane. I just learned about it too. That was never there before. Yeah, it's... I believe it's the newest island they added. But questions are key. Within the last couple years, I started using AI a lot more heavily. So I started using, in fact, just over here, I've got ChatGPT pulled up as one of my tabs, and it's been a real help for me. Cause like, the reason why ChatGPT has been a real help for me is because it allows me to get my questions answered more easily. You know, you could, before, if you had questions about something, you could Google it and you could get the answers. But ChatGPT and other AI, it just basically just makes it faster. The reason why I wasn't Googling all the things in life that I have questions about, it's not because I'm not curious about things. Although, if I was curious enough, then it would allow me to have the necessary motivation to go through the effort of looking something up. But the ease and speed of getting your answers answered, and not just having your answers answered, but having it answered, and like ChatGPT is a language magician, you know, like it's better at English than I am. So not only is your question getting answered, but it's being answered in like a colloquial, is that the right word? Easy to understand way. You know, it speaks as if it's, you know, very down to earth. You know, very modern English. I don't know. It's been good for me. Specifically for learning stuff. But yeah, you can Google, literally, you can ask ChatGPT the most, like the other day I was asking ChatGPT about microphysics. I know nothing about microphysics. But that was until I started talking to ChatGPT. The thing is, I asked a ChatGPT, the first question I asked it about microphysics is, what the hell even is microphysics? Because I have an idea of what maybe that is. But I need clarification and confirmation about my hypothesis. I have a hypothesis about what microphysics is, but not an exact definition. And so you just ask it one question, and it always gives you like a pretty long prompt. And when it gives you a long prompt, it'll mention at least one thing that maybe you're unfamiliar about, or, you know, just the things that it says. Oftentimes it'll say something that I'm unfamiliar with. Imagine this. It's like, what is the definition of microphysics? And then in that definition, or maybe around where it says the definition, it'll mention some other term that you're unfamiliar with. And then from there, you just formulate questions. You're like, okay, well, you mentioned this word. What does that word mean? And then it'll define that thing, and it'll like talk about more stuff that you're unfamiliar with, and you just have it explain just one other thing every time. One thing. Don't ask it to define 10 terms for you. One thing at a time. Don't jump the gun. So, all this is just a part of my journey to get better at learning, and I just want to be a more capable person in general, honestly. If you can learn effectively and efficiently, what an advantage in life, honestly. If you can... Because learning is a necessary skill in today's age. Like, there's no way around that. I don't care who you are. doesn't matter what stage of life you are in, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter what your profession is. Everybody could benefit from learning more efficiently. The people that are most well off financially are people that can adapt. Because that's what learning is. I mean, more than ever, the world is changing on a regular basis. You know, without, like, just as an example, when I was in college, my main game was League of Legends. I used to play League of Legends all the time. Dude, when I was in college, I played more League of Legends than I studied in college. Like, easily. Not even close. By the way, I don't recommend going to college. I think it's a waste of money today, but I digress. Now, that's a blanket statement. There are circumstances where college makes sense. But college makes sense in the circumstances where there's absolutely no getting around it. Yeah, I definitely need to be learning. Well, learning is important, but also learning how to learn is important. Because the thing is, the things that you need to learn are things that do not exist yet. Think about that. The things that you most need to know about are things that don't even exist in the world yet. So you need to learn how to learn effectively. That way, when tomorrow's information gets developed, you'll be in a better position to learn that information. You'll be able to more easily comprehend it and retain it on the first read. You'll be able to learn it in a fraction of the time that it would take you otherwise. That it would take other people. That's how you get ahead in life. If you can learn things faster than other people, you'll make more money, you'll be more successful than them, you'll get more accomplished. Everything's about speed. Speed. Speed, speed, speed. The world is always rapidly moving. Things are always moving forward. Somebody eventually is going to solve the world's problems. It's all the world's problems are going to be solved. It's not a matter of if these problems will be solved, it's a matter of when. So, if it's going to take you forever to solve the problem, then it's not, you're not going to cut it. Speed matters. It matters if you can get it done quickly. I've been a business owner 9 years, and I feel like I'm always a new guy somewhere. Been a business owner. Tell me more about that. I'm super interested in that. You've owned a business for 9 years? What kind of business? And what do you mean by I feel like I'm always a new guy somewhere? What does that mean? See? I'm intentionally I want to be more curious. It is a thing that I want to be more intentional about. It's something I have to work on. So let's start today. But yeah, if you feel like sharing, that'd be cool. If not, that's cool too. I feel like I have an idea of what you might mean. I feel like I'm always a new guy somewhere. Yeah, like, I think what you're saying is, like, in some aspects of life, you are quite knowledgeable, right? And so if you're in a room of people talking about that specific topic, then you're feeling comfortable, you know? Because you know a good amount about it. But if you're in a different room with a different set of people talking about a different topic, one that maybe you don't have very much experience with, then, well, now the tables have turned, as they say. Yeah, so after thinking about it, I think I understand what you mean. I'm still curious about what business you've owned for 9 years. That sounds really interesting. Say hi to this man. Oop. Yo. There we go. I think... Oh, I am about to hit 50 defense. Crazy. I own a flooring company, always training someone on a new action or a new job, and sometimes you would be surprised people that have worked in other industries come and work for me and teach me. Ah. A flooring company. So, that's not something I know. So, when you say flooring company, what does that mean? Well, maybe I'll do all of the above. But I was thinking, like, do you, like, install, like, wood floor? Or does a flooring company, like, clean? Do y'all clean floors? Or... What else did you say? Different things, and there's always a different aspect of life and people coming into the trade. We have a class at the local high school we sponsor and train kids on basics of home fixes and... Wait for you to finish up there so I can read what else you got to say. We have a class with the local high school. We sponsor and train kids on basics of home fixes and things they'll actually use throughout their lives have recently switched to doing commercial stores and minimum residentially remove and install vinyl panel, hardwood, ceramic, carpet, and mitigation. Remove and install. Okay. That clears things up for me. Alright, cool. We've my dad and my grandfather in our old house, they put down, they were installing hardwood floor. They never got around to finishing it though. It was yeah, they never finished it. So like in between the rooms there was like a gap, and that was always kind of annoying. But we've since moved. I don't know why he didn't get around to finishing it, you know, it's just, I guess he just wasn't motivated to get it done. Yeah, but practical skills in life, very important. I wish they would teach more of that stuff in school. I mean, it is true that in school they do teach our kids, you know, like, not that I have kids, but I'm just using this, you know, I'll make up the word phraseology. But sending your kids to school is, I would say it's a little questionable, because like, what are these people teaching your kids? I understand that some people are kind of in a pickle, they can't homeschool, but I'm a big advocate of homeschool, because well, the thing is, okay, so I have multiple family members who are school teachers, you know, like grade school teachers, and they love teaching, you know, like they don't regret becoming a teacher. But what they don't like is that these school systems do not give you the ability to run your classroom in the way that you think is effective. They don't allow you to have a vision for how you're going to do things. They assume that you're stupid, and they're going to tell you how to do your job exactly. You know? And unfortunately, the way that they think that things ought to be done is not good, to say the least. I don't know how old you are, how long ago you've been through the school system, but I can tell you, when I was in it, it was bad, and from what I've heard from younger people than me, evidently it's even worse than it was. I don't know if things are getting worse. I haven't heard of things getting, like, public schools getting better. I think one thing has not changed for sure, though. Like, the one thing that they should be teaching kids about is practical topics like taxes. And that is one thing they never taught us in school. I was homeschooled. I agree. Dude, I'm a huge advocate of homeschooling. I think every parent should consider it. I understand people have different financial circumstances, but everybody should look into it, honestly. Mad respect for the parents that go the extra mile for that. Still need the water runes temporarily, and then we'll get the earth rune. I got the defense levels I wanted. Oh wait, oh, I teleported away too quick. I need to get the I need to get my mystic out. I'm gonna upgrade my armor tier twice. Mystic. Boom, 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 boom. Where? Put these away. Good stuff. I need to teleport back. And farm up one more thing. I think I might grab some fire runes too, in case I get fire blast, because I don't think I'm gonna die nearly as quickly as I was. There we go. I'm in the school almost weekly, and even in a small town, it is appalling what some of the kids will say out loud with adults around, let alone when we aren't. Yes, most definitely. When I was in school, it didn't happen in college. I will say that. I grew up in Memphis. I no longer live in Memphis, but I grew up there. And I will say the culture the culture matters quite a lot. There, in the public school that I grew up, there were definitely kids who did not have parents that cared about school. It was very evident, because I mean, on one hand, kids are autonomous human beings, but you do have to consider that they are young. And a lot of times, kids do just reflect, like, the views of their parents. Like, I remember when Obama was first getting, like, it was John McCain. I think it was John McCain versus Obama. And there were a bunch of kids that were, like, super pro-Obama, but they didn't even know anything about either candidate. All they knew was one guy was a white guy and another guy was a black guy. And they were like, all they know is what their parents were saying, you know, and their parents wanted, I guess, the mainstream popular thing was to want Obama to get elected. And I'm like, all right, but can y'all explain anything about, like, what he wants to do with the country or anything? And the answer was no. But yeah, but I digress. When I was in high school, yeah, I definitely experienced kids just straight up hardcore disrespecting teachers. I mean, we're talking the kids flipping off teachers, the kids cursing at teachers, like just straight up just sleeping in class, you know, like without even trying to hide it. Everything. I mean, there was one kid that, like, I don't know what this kid's deal was. I guess, here's something I learned, and I find this really sad, but I came to understand. Okay, let me back up a little bit. There was this kid that I knew in school, and he wasn't the only one, but he was one of the kids that would just straight up sleep in class. When the rest of us would have class like normal, and he would just put his head down and he would just sleep. And it didn't matter if we were taking a test. It didn't matter if the teacher was giving a lesson, if we were doing book work. Didn't matter what we were doing. He was always just doing whatever he wanted to do, which was mostly just sleeping. Or if the other kids were available to talk, he would just talk to them and clearly just not do his work. And the sad thing about it was he was not a dumb kid. He's actually far from it. Like he was, I dare say maybe he was one of the smarter kids there. But right, I would have been whooped in the next into the next county for all that. Yeah, definitely. That's another thing. Yeah, different parents tolerate different things. I'm the same. I come from, with my family, my parents wouldn't have tolerated me disrespecting my teachers or anything. That would have been the end of my life. But yeah, there was this kid that he would goof off every single day. And he wasn't a bad guy, and he wasn't stupid. So I would talk to this guy about like just random stuff. I had study hall with him as well as I think I just said English with him, and I had study hall with him because I would typically, despite having dyslexia, I would, you know, as an overachiever, I would try to take like honors and AP courses and dual enrollment and crap in high school. And this particular year, for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to try just a normal English, like standard English class. And he was in that one. That's when I got exposed to him doing all this stuff. But on top of just that one class, I had study hall with him, and that was when I had an opportunity to talk to him. And that's when I learned that he was just like, he wasn't weird. He was just like a normal kid for the most part. But the sad thing about it was, you know, one day I asked him why he does what he does. It's like, how come like when we're taking a test, you're just sleeping and you clearly just don't care and stuff. And he straight up told me he has no, gain combat level 60, the recommended level. Gain combat level 60, the recommended level to train under war in his retreat. He will grant rewards to help you fight bosses. No idea what that means. But he told me that he has no intention of graduating high school. He was just like, yeah, like, I'm just not interested in trying to graduate high school. It's a waste of my time. I'm not gonna bother. Like, I know I'm not gonna go to college. I don't care if I get, like, if I graduate high school. I don't care about a high school degree. I don't care about a college degree. So, that's what he did. He was there because he had to be. The school system decided that he needed to be there. And so that's why he was there. He was there by mandate. And evidently he didn't have like anybody at home like getting on his case about doing, you know, him doing what he was doing. But he wasn't alone. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of other kids that were like that who just had no intention of doing anything like that. When I was in high school, you know, I heard this someplace. In some household, so I heard someone else say this. I didn't come up with this on my own. But someone said something that I thought was really true. In some households, the question is, are you going to college? That is what some parents ask their kids. But in other households, the question is not, are you going to college? The question is, where are you going to college? And I grew up in a household that was the latter. It was not, are you going to college? It is, where are you going to college? And so, I never asked myself if college was ever even the right thing to do. I never questioned it because everybody, I could sense. Grats, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. But, it was just apparent to me that college was just the thing that I had to do. In my mind, if I didn't go to college, then I was just gonna be poor and miserable and have to work at McDonald's or something the rest of my life. It didn't seem like there was any alternative, and so that's why when I spoke to this kid who said he didn't care about graduating or going to college or anything, that was really like my first exposure to like the possibility of just not going to college. I was like, wait, hold on, you can do that? I'm gonna have to hop off here. It was great to meet you, man. I hope you see you again. I subscribe. All right, cool, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by and having a chat. And hope you have a good night. But I'm just gonna be here grinding, and we still got, let's see here. Level 6 combat, level 70 range on old school RuneScape. It's pretty good. Level 52 magic. At level 53, we'll be able to swap over to Earth Blast, which will grant higher DPS right away. At level 59, I'll be able to switch to Fire Blast, which will also grant a greater amount of DPS right away, and it'll scale up to level 74. And then, I'm not exactly sure how damage is calculated in RuneScape 3 for magic, but I think at level 74 magic, that might be the DPS cap for free-to-play. Free-to-play magic, anyways. Maybe. I don't know if acquiring levels beyond 74 will... I think one thing's for sure. Upgrading my magic level beyond 74 will probably only grant a marginal increase in DPS if it increases my DPS at all. I think what increasing my level beyond 74 will do, I think it'll increase my accuracy. But I know that if my accuracy on a monster is already calculated at 100%, then greater accuracy won't benefit me in any way. So 74 magic might literally just be like basically optimal free-to-play magic level to do whatever you want to do in free-to-play with magic. Unless you're fighting a monster that you don't have 100% accuracy on, which could be a possibility. Oh! That was a lot of yapping. I'm gonna leave this open so you get more view time. See you, buddy. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Man. I gotta say, there's so many different games I could play right now, and you know, I have so many different games that I need to get through. Like, I have so many games in my like Steam library, Epic Games library. There's all these free-to-play games that you know that I at some point would like to put time into. But it's like, man, when am I gonna have time to get to all this, you know? And the other day, I just determined, I was like, you know, I do have a lot of games that I eventually probably should get around to playing. But I think prioritization is important. I think I'm gonna start practicing prioritization. Which means, yes, I acknowledge that there's a lot that I need to get to, but let's do the things that I'm most excited to play, let's do that first. And then the stuff that I'm less excited to do, let's do that later. Which, for some people, I mean, that might seem obvious. Like, well, of course I'm gonna do the things that I most want to do first. But I don't know. I guess what I would like, I guess the idea behind what I was Because what I was doing, I was kind of saving, like, the best for last type stuff. I was like, let me play through all the... Let me play through the stuff that I care less about first, and then I'll just be left with all the best stuff, and I'll be in a good spot. But I'm just like, no, you know what? Let me just go straight to the best stuff. So it's kind of weird to say, but I'm actually like, RuneScape is one of the games that I'm most interested in playing right now. Like, it's just an interesting game to me. There's other games I could be playing. I could be playing Overwatch. I could be playing Marvel Rivals. There's a bunch of one-player games I need to play, but like, I don't know. I've been wanting to play RuneScape. Both RuneScapes. I've been wanting to play both of them for quite a while, and I've been putting it off. Not because I didn't want to play them. I really wanted to play them for a long time, but I was just putting them off because I was saving it for later. But honestly, just screw that. I guess one of my hesitations for playing RuneScape was like, I felt like if I play RuneScape, then that was gonna end up being like the only thing that I do. But I don't think that's right. Now that I'm actually playing it, that kind of feels like completely backwards, actually. To say, oh, if I play RuneScape, then that means I can't play anything else. Well, that sounds like it's coming from somebody that has never played RuneScape before. Because if you look at this right here, I mean, the game is damn near demanding for you to go AFK and go do something else with your life and not just sit here and stare at the screen. So to say that if I play RuneScape then I can't play any other game, bro, if there ever was a game where you could play other games aside from just the one game, it is freaking RuneScape. And the game damn near, like, encourages you to do other things with your time while playing. They're not... I mean, there's only gonna be more and more AFK ways to train skills, not less, over time. You know, and I do believe that old school, you know, people say this is the golden age of RuneScape, and then after that they changed it to the platinum age. Forget the golden age, we're in the platinum age. Man, I kind of feel it, man. Honestly. Even though I haven't played a lot of what RuneScape has to offer, and so I have, like, limited insight on things in some ways, I'll say, like, I mean, you could Bodhi himself said that this is like the best time to start playing RuneScape. Like, this is the best time to be a RuneScape player. Because, I mean, it'll always be true that, like, the game is it's only ever gonna get more updates. There's only ever gonna be more content. The amount of content in the game right now is the least amount of content that this game will ever have. It's like the development of AI. You know? Like, you might think that AI sucks in some ways, you know? It makes mistakes and stuff, but it's like, well... I took this from Asmongold. You know, it's like, this is... Where we're at now, this is as bad as AI is ever going to be. It is only gonna get better from here. So I feel like that about RuneScape, you know? Like, right now we have the least amount of content that we are ever going to have, because it's only going to go up from here. More content just means there's more to do. I mean, that's good for everybody. Having a lot of stuff to do is not a bad thing. Having more things to do in RuneScape is a good thing. It means you get to play the game for longer. The longer it takes... Okay. There's nuance to that, though. I was gonna say, the longer it takes for you to max an account, the better. But there's some nuance to that, right? Because... if they just make it harder to grind to the max level and unlock like the max cape and stuff, then that's not good. But if they add meaningful content to the game, new and interesting stuff, like new skills, new bosses, and stuff like that, then that's a meaningful improvement to the game. I feel like this is a decent place to train. I found this place on my own. I didn't look this up on the internet or nothing. So training here might be suboptimal. I mean, maybe it's optimal. I don't freaking know. But it is what it is. But even if it is suboptimal, I mean, playing the game the way that you want to play it, you know, I think that's cool. I think the fact that I've found this on my own and I'm utilizing it, you know, and it's working out pretty well for me, I think that's cool. Yeah, I wish it would quit. I needed these skull halves before, and now I have an abundance of them, and I don't need them. They're just taking up space in my inventory. I gotta work again tomorrow. I was a little tired at work yesterday, or today, I should say. Would probably be a good idea for me to try to get some good sleep tonight. But the important thing, from what I read on the internet, the important thing is to make sure that I am waking up at the same time each and every day. I've been doing okay with that. I got thrown off super hard with recent events because my power was out for a number of days. And when my power was out and I had nothing better to do, I ended up sleeping a bunch. So that wasn't great for my sleep schedule. So I was just going to sleep at random times and waking up at random times. My body just was like, dude, we have no idea what's going on. If it's daytime, if it's nighttime, morning, whatever. But surprisingly, even after a whole week of doing that crap, I'm only off by like a couple hours. I mean, before I was going to bed at roughly, I want to say like 11 or maybe like 11:30 or something. And then after a whole week of goofing off sleep-wise, you know, sleep schedule-wise, I went to bed at like 2 in the morning last night, which 2 in the morning is pretty late considering I get up at 7:45. You know, like that's not great. That's, what is that? 5 hours and 40 minutes. Typically they say you need about 6 hours minimum of sleep, or around that. Around that is the minimum. But it could be worse, you know? At least I'm close to the minimum. It could absolutely be worse. I mean, at one point, I was going to bed at like 5 in the morning. Hell, at one point, I didn't get, like... I've done it all. I pulled an all-nighter before, because I just wasn't tired. You know? And then you suffer for it. I mean, you just suffer at work. I don't know. Sleep is a weird thing, though. Sometimes, I want to say the day that I pulled an all-nighter, I don't even know if it was that bad at work. Sometimes you're just not tired, man. But, so I've done the whole all-nighter thing, and I've also done the whole, like, going to sleep at 5 in the morning thing, where you get, like, you get, like, roughly 2.5 hours of sleep or something, and that's it. Now, that's not great. That is too far below the minimum. But dude, I kind of appreciate this game being chill. You know, like, I'm not always wanting to just sweat my ass off so much. Like, sometimes that's cool. You know, boot up Overwatch and just go full tryhard. Full sweat mode. But, like, it's relaxing to just be able to just sit here and grind sometimes, you know? I like it. So many bones. Oh. Regular bones still only give like 4 or 5 experience. That's pretty similar to old school RuneScape, if not... I think it is 5 experience in old school RuneScape. I've got another 4 minutes and 30 seconds on that. So looking at this chart, I think the blowpipe is something that I seriously want. I definitely want the blowpipe. The only problem with the blowpipe is I can't afford it yet. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go up to 85 range at the very least. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to do dungeoneering again. That's gonna be cool. But basically my goal, I think I'm gonna get 74 magic, and then once I hit 74 magic, I'm gonna train up my defense to like 74. And then I'm probably gonna farm Ankus for a while and see how that goes. I might try to find... There might be some monsters in the wilderness, actually, that I can AFK. Because the wilderness monsters are aggressive, and so that opens up the possibility of AFK. And then if I use the Runelight plugin, it'll tell me when I'm low HP. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on a couple of things. For one thing, it depends on what monsters are aggressive, like what my options are. It depends on how much damage I'm taking. But I would say at 74 magic, that's when I'm gonna quit grinding magic levels. Pretty sure. Because I'm gonna do some free-to-play dungeoneering, and I'll probably start that at 74 magic, or like, yeah. Okay. I'm debating how I want to try to do this whole sleep schedule thing. Just, maybe just dim my screen and then just Just play until I get tired. That was kind of okay. That's how I did it yesterday. Just kind of play until you get tired and just dim the screen. This is the end of this AFK crab session. Just run back over here. So if we look at magic and we filter for hide members, Tsunami is 81, so like, and I don't care about tally block. So, and then you need at least 60. But we were already gonna go to 74. So forget 74, 81. I think 81 is the magic level. That's the key magic level for free to play. Once I have Tsunami and my Fire Blast is maxed out, we're gonna be cooking. Big cooking. These Minotaurs aren't bad for experience. I'm not like one-shotting them all repeatedly, so it's not bad experience. I would like for them to have more health. The fact that I'm killing them this quickly is a little suboptimal, but it's okay. And it would be better if we went to members, but I'm totally fine with chilling and free to play for the time being. Yeah, I would like to hit 81 magic in free to play. And then I could be underestimating how long it's gonna take to hit 50 or 81 magic though. That might take a while. So I have Mystic unlocked already. Maybe I should go and search for an AFK way to train magic right now. Of course, I'm already AFKing in RuneScape, in old school RuneScape, so I need to be active in one of the games. If I'm AFK in both of the games, then I'm gonna have to bust out a third game to play, which will not be RuneScape related. It'll just be some random thing, probably some random low intensity thing. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna need to... Well, for one thing, I know I need to train prayer. And then I also need to do some dungeoneering for that necklace that grants you prayer experience. Or not prayer. The necklace that gives you prayer points for burying bones. I'm only 25 prayer. I don't know of a great way to train prayer in free-to-play, unfortunately. It's kind of just... You kind of just bury bones. Actually... Maybe I do know... Hold on. You just killed dragons? Is that the best prayer experience? Like green dragons? You might be right. For fire blast. Now, if I look at the... I'm missing some stuff. Hold on. Powers, defensive. Throw this down there. Put that on the bar too. Seems decent. That's an ultimate ability. Put this down here. Whatever resonance, I'd divert. Divert. Oh, it's a members thing. That's lame. Why can't I assign it? I know I get that later. Lame. All right. All right, I think I need at least level 70 magic in order to... If I have 70 magic, then I can do dungeoneering and get the, I think that's right. Hold on. Let me look this up. Soul Bell Orb. Big at 1. Free players can also obtain them randomly by allocation and complexity. $80 magic, that's what I was thinking of. Damn, 80? Wow. Not me do that. Maybe I'll try Anku's again. This is pretty good. This might even be better than Minotaurs. Maybe. Hey, I got a new ability. Hell yeah. Do I have to put this on the buff bar? Let's see that right there. On Q now. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think this is better. I think I'm gonna camp here now instead of at the Minotaurs. This is like one of my favorite soundtracks in the game. It's really cool. Oh, you got stuck for a second. I thought we did the thing for a second. But no. It is in fact patched. They have 100% accuracy on this man. I just noticed that. It's crazy. Yeah, this is definitely the place to train. Or at least a place. There might be other places that are viable too. Why the hell is it only showing the one? $37, $43. Alright, so I essentially need 43 prayer. Although 37 will get me enough for dragons. I kind of just want to go to dragons now, though, just to try it out and see how bad it is without prayers and without the anti-dragon shield. It's gonna be awful. Potentially awful. Probably awful. Alright, let's go to dragons now. I want to test this thing out. Probably gonna end up right back at Enku's, but that's fine. Is this even where I should be going? I don't know if I should be... Not sure which dragons I should be even going to. Alright, here goes nothing. Probably gonna die instantly. Oh wait, hold on. One thing I do need to do is not turn on... I don't need multi-combat right now. That would not be a good idea. I guess we're using water. 67 is garbage too. Oof. I was able to kill one. Could be worse. $690 is pretty garbage. 1412. I could maybe just buy dragon bones. Alright, that's about what I expected. He'll be better with protection prayers. But we have Earth unlocked. We need to change this preset. Update this. And then I think we go to the Grand Exchange and we just buy some bones. Just so that I can get up to 37 prayer. No, we'll get up to, I think we just buy enough bones to bury to get to it was 43, yeah. Cremation? I forgot that existed. Alright, well, that's what we need. We need cremation. I'm glad I found that. Oh. That just means I have to go kill Ankus. Because Ankus dropped the cremation ability. I'm trying to think, how can I speed this up? That's the question. Is there a way to speed this up? Well, this might take a while. I didn't actually look up the drop rate for cremation, but I remember it being pretty freaking rare. Mystic Cloth. You turn those notifications off. Give me 1 sec. Alright. He's a 4-stack. No, he healed. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about that. The DOT stuff does not keep them from healing in the way that you might think. out of wines on here. Let me check this chest over here. I think there's a bank over here I can use, but I haven't actually used it yet. So I'm not 100% sure. Alright, I'm about to level up again. Dying means I get my prayer points back. Basically paying death to restore your prayer points and allow you to bank. $59. Alright, I'll probably just about call it there. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure when I should go to sleep. Looking to see if it's faster to go around that way. I don't think it is. This has 2, 4, 6, 8 doors to go through. I'm gonna go the other way and we'll calculate. So we'll see if it beats 8. This has 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8. But it's the same amount. I feel like that this has this thing you gotta run through. I think this is slightly longer. Can't walk over here. I'm looking to see if there's any better safe spots. Oh, you can't shoot over this, can you? No. Can't shoot over this over. You can't shoot over this either, can you? Although... they're stacking on me somehow when I'm in this spot. Less than ideal. Oh, at least work. What about this? No. Can't stand over here either. You can stand here. Nope, that doesn't work either. You can shoot over this. Still getting hit from the side. Yep, seems like where I... Can I shoot over this? I think the answer was no earlier. Yeah. And it continues to be no. Bruh. Not your time. What do you require of me? What the heck? Reclaim items. Interesting. I must need one more level. Then we can use the fire. Fire blast. Fire blast. Fireball. Fireball. Dude, I shit you not. If you kill these things enough, a big Anku will eventually spawn, and it drops like better loot. I shit you not. The first time I ever got one, I like some dude just showed up out of nowhere and just killed it and then left. Just stole my loot. I remember that from back in the day. I was like, dude, what are the odds? There's like no one around and then just some random fucking guy just shows up and screws me. We're almost there. 59 is within our sights. Still work on this cremation. Last time I got cremation, it was during like Halloween, which I think it like doubles the drop chance, so could take twice as long as last time. Which I remember last time it took quite a while anyways. Like I was... You know when it's taken so long to get a drop, you start to question whether or not the drop is even real. Like, oh, maybe this is members after all. Oh, that sucks. Messed that up. There we go. Alright, let's die again and get some prayer points back. And now we can trade in the earth runes for the fire runes. And we update the preset. There we go, baby. We do auto cast on this. Hell yeah. Well, that's the last member spell, other than Teleblock, but I don't care about Teleblock. Yep, we're chillaxing. Level 4 enchantment. You can make a power amulet. High alchemy. We have high alchemy. But high alchemy doesn't matter. I'm not going to waste my time with that. Not on a main account. Oops. Still getting used to this. Hello. How you doing, Brian? I want that one dead. Give it to me. Oh, why is he stacking? Hey, Brefa. What's up? Made some good progress today. We're at 50 defense, almost 60 mage now. I'm trying to get cremation from these Inkies. So I just noticed you haven't started Slayer yet. Should I start Slayer? I mean, it only lets you do the first 5 levels of Slayer. This is still free to play. Start it. What do you get for Slayer? They give something significant and free to play? I could be wrong, but I think Inkies are some of the best. It's one of the best things I can be fighting right now. What does it give? Clawed hand. Looks like there's only two Slayer monsters for free to play. Slayer task has a chance to have a special version of the enemy and better loot table. Oops. Let's click that. Alright, so I should do Slayer. I could do Slayer task even if I'm not gaining any experience from it. I could try it. I got him. Just in the nick of time. Alright, I think I gotta go to Birth Orb to do Slayer. Yeah. I don't know if I need these or not. Good task. 17 trolls. I assume these trolls in here will work. Freaking melting these trolls now. That's the task complete. Just gonna fill up my inventory with stuff, and I'll leave. Alright, that'll do. You turn that in? The 2-second task. Wait, do I have to turn it in, or is it done? Can't access rewards. Let me check here. Slayer Master. There's one in Lumbridge. They're both level 1. 14 wolves. I think there's wolves. There's wolves in here. There's a stronghold. 5 right there. I don't seem to have a very fast respawn time over here. Minotaurs respawn real fast. Here we are. Alright. I'm gonna see where the other Slayer Mask is. It said it's in Lumbridge. Should have like a picture of a skull somewhere. Oh, he's right there. Okay. Canifest? Can't go to Canifest, can I? Spiders. Probably in the Lumbridge dungeon down here. Catacombs. Hold on. The bank first. That's fine. It gives me a chance to do the catacombs real quick. I gotta collect all the mask pieces. So I lost them all before. I'm much stronger than I was. I can probably absolutely demolish everything that's down here now. Cast Fire Blast on one of the goblins or giant spiders in the Lumbridge area. I was thinking of streaming Runescape too, but kind of scared of people seeing my new gameplay. Yeah. You shouldn't be scared. If anything, it's honestly probably to your benefit to be a newbie. Because the Runescape community really enjoys helping newer players. I mean, I'm still learning too. For the most part, I know what I'm doing in free-to-play, but I'm gonna be learning a bunch of new stuff later. I would say just have fun with it. I mean, part of streaming is just getting over, you know, at first, I would say when you first get into streaming, a big part of it is just getting over nerves. You know, you have to learn that you can just be yourself. If you can't just be yourself, then it's not going to work great. So just take the pressure off and just, you know, no expectations. I mean, who cares? Just ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen? Assume the absolute worst that could happen. You know, maybe someone's rude to you or something. You know, maybe you have to develop you know, some thicker skin. There's some rude people on the internet. You know, it could happen. But that's okay. You shouldn't value the opinions of people that... I don't know. if you... By the way, this is crazy experience right here. I kind of found like a gold mine right here, bro. This is kind of crazy. But yeah, just don't worry so much, because I think everybody went through that. At this point, I've streamed enough that I don't really worry about that stuff as much anymore. It's still good to be cognizant of, like, you know, how you're coming off and stuff, but just chill out. So many bones. For real though, these skeletons kick ass for experience. They've respawned so fast and you get so much AoE value. And they don't do any damage hardly. And it's right next to the Lumbridge respawn. And they drop tons of loot. RS3 needs more people. Just give it time, honestly. Hey, you're wearing your shark outfit. Yeah, I'd say just give it time. The devs are working on updates that are gonna make the game better. Who knows what'll happen. In the meantime, just enjoy the game for what it is. I mean, I'm having fun. Some drops in here are worth a decent amount. I'm gonna see what other monsters. So, this was a pretty good find. Let's see what other monsters there are. They drop bat bones. Bat bones are worth a good amount. I might just have to kill that dude at the end for the 5th mask piece. Here we go. I did it. Alright, now we can play some of these guys. These guys aren't melee, so they don't stack up as much, unfortunately. You can maybe step into this little tunnel and funnel them in, though. Try to funnel them this way. Yeah, alright, let's try these guys. Alright, these guys are melee. This could be better. They've got 2,500 HP. See if I can stack them. Yeah, they're stacking up right here. This could be good. Alright, I'm gonna head out, so I'll see you later, but I'll lurk. Okay. Cool beans, bro. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep playing. I might play until I get tired, or I don't know. I'm not all that tired right now, though. This is some good experience. Now, this could actually be better than NK's, potentially. They're worth 166 apiece. Yeah, this might be my spot, bro. Override preset. Let's deposit this. Alright, and then we just come over here. TP Lumbridge. Maybe adjust the quick prayers here. We're already at 100% accuracy. You don't need more of that, but I could use the defense. That'll work. And we'll just head straight back. I think we were cooking with that. That was good. And that's why it pays to explore, because you never... I forgot I had a spider's tap. I just did a drive-by. Level 60 mage. Holy smokes. Oh, this got messed up. How long have I been sitting AFK? I don't know. See how big the XP drop is. 1330. See what this is. 665. $13.30 again. Teleporting to Lumbridge Lodestone could actually be faster, potentially. Hit 61 mage, though. Pretty good. Let's get some more defense experience. I think that'll make my life better. Bit easier. If I could get like another... If I could get to 61 defense to match my 61 magic, could be good stuff. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Ankus after this. I'm gonna try to compare, like, the amount of XP I'm getting. It's 167 a kill. And then it's 1.3k and like 1.3k every time I like destroy the whole group. Alright, now we'll go back to Ankus. That's 400 when I kill an Anku. I don't know what's better, honestly. But there's added benefits from killing the Inkus over the little skeletons in the dungeon. And that's that I'm working towards getting cremation. That's pretty important. How much I need for this? 52, 29. I could try the shield build too. Nah, I'm not gonna even try that until I have... I'm gonna need to do some dungeoneering soon, actually. But I think the most logical thing to do right now is to get cremation before anything else. Once I get cremation, then that'll help us to unlock all protection prayers. Once we unlock all protection prayers, then we go to dungeoneering to get the equipment we need. Once we have the equipment we need, then we can skyrocket the level to the moon. But I'm not even using the best in slot mage gear right now because you get better stuff from dungeoneering. Oh, 53 defense. Ghost Hunter goggles. Yo. On damage attack, 3% against ghostly targets. It grants its hybrid armor, tier 35. It does 3% bonus damage, plus 3% bonus XP. Now we're cooking, baby. It scales up to 10% too. Wonder how rare that is. Alright, so now I need to do this, and then that works. Okay. Let's keep going back. Farm up the Ghost Hunter outfit. Now we're farming for the Ghost Hunter outfit, and we're farming for cremation. Why is that glowing? That was weird. Strange. Strange. We are cooking, baby. I might go to the wilderness for funsies just to see if I can find... I want to find an aggressive monster out in the wilderness or something that I can AFK on. Because I just want the knowledge of, like, you know... Like, oh, well, I have some time that I want to AFK farm. You know, let me just go to that spot that I know about. I think that would be a good resource to have. .54 defense. I wonder if that tsunami ability is even gonna be good. It'd be interesting to see. Cremation? No fucking way. Holy shit, that was fast. No fucking way. That's insane. Oh my gosh, you guys. You guys, you don't understand. That shit is rare as fuck. What's the drop chance on that thing? Oh, let me get out of that. RS3. Cremation. What the hell? Yo. You guys. What? Not available. Wait. It's 1 in 1,000, you guys. What about the Ghost Hunter? So that's 1 in 1,000. Ghost Hunter RS3. What about this? What's the drop chance? I'm not seeing it right away. Item sources, individual shop location, item source. I want to see the drop chance on this thing. Drop rate. Cremation is 1 in 1,000. Ghost Hunter equipment RSC is a rare drop with roughly around 1 in 2,000. 1 in 1,000. 1 or 2,000. Either way, it's rare as hell. I've gotten super fucking lucky, bro. Alright, I'm just gonna let him kill me. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm gonna put this up. Let's get the Mystic. Get the Mystic back out for now. And we'll make this a preset. And then need to go get some logs. Damn, it's taking forever to cut a tree. But basically, I'm gonna grab some logs, and then I'm gonna go to dragons, and I'm gonna cremate bones until I hit 43 prayer. Holy crap, that took fucking forever. Fuck this, I'm going to the Grand Exchange. Go get some axes. That was retardedly long. Yeah, 71 range. On old school Runescape. Alright, abort this. Let's get logs. Just give me like... Dude, that costs so much. What the hell? Just give me an axe. I'll get my own freaking logs. Is it called a hatchet in this game? It is called a hatchet in this game. Alright, give me a rune hatchet. What else we got? Can I add this to the tool belt? Okay. I figured as much. Brother. Brother! Give me the black freaking hatchet. Oh my gosh! Fine. Let's throw hatchet. Iron hatchet, that's the one I need right now. Steel hatchet. There it goes. Iron for now, then steel. I'm missing black. Oh, there you go. Yep, that'll do. Alright, let's get some logs. Level 10 attack? You gotta be shitting me. Screw it, I'm buying the logs. I ain't dealing with this right now. Let me find out what logs are not super duper expensive. Dude, those logs are even cheaper than the regular logs. Maple logs, cheap as hell. But I can't light maple logs, actually. I just realized that. Give me, like... Give me some of these. Need to light some fires. Let's do that real quick. Oh wait, I can just do bonfires in this game. I forgot that's a thing. I sure did forget. I could just, like, take a break from your screen. It's like, bro, I haven't been looking at my screen. Well, I mean, I have, but not at that screen. Like, you know I've been AFK. Let's see, logs. Oak logs are 15. Alright, then we TP to the wilderness. We're gonna get literally cooked initially until we get Protect from Magic, but it should not take long at all to get Protect from Magic. Do I have 100% accuracy on these or not? No, I do not. There we go. Damn it. Wait, hold on a minute. I don't have to do this. I'm not an Iron Man. I can just buy shit. Why am I doing this? This is stupid. I just buy bones. I mean, this is what I would do if I was an Iron Man. This is what I did when I was an Iron Man on my other account. When I was an Iron Man. Whatever, we'll just finish this trip. Can we get this kill? We got his ass. Let's go. Can we get him? We got him. Alright. Well, load preset. We don't need the log anymore. I'm not about to do dragons anymore. There's no need. Let's go back to the Grand Exchange. I'm finna go buy my bones. We're gonna get 43 prayer. Is there anything else I want? We can go beyond 43 if we want. No, I don't think there's anything else important. For free to play, at least. What the hell is that thing? Increased necromancy attack rate? Interesting. Interessant. Yep, I don't care about any of the rest of this because all this is members. So all we need is 43 attack. It's 43 prayer and that's it. Do we just bring up the bone table again? Bone table XP rate XP per cost RS3. Chaos Altar. Is that the OSRS? Crap. Cremation. Alright, Baby Dragonbone is the best one. Baby Dragonbone. $374. Let's see if any of these are wildly off. Big Bone should be roughly 242. A little bit higher. Dragon Bone 1412. A little bit higher. Yoga Bone, no. Monkey Bone 200. Regular Bone. Alright. I think we're still gonna go with Baby Dragon Bone. Baby Dragon Bone. Baby Dragon Bone. Alright, give me like... Shit, I don't know. 1,000 of them? Sure. How much you want for these? Brother. 601 is unacceptable. No, sir. I ain't doing no 601. That's too much. Alright, you might have to abort mission on the baby dragon bone. Let's see. Big bone. We can try big bones. $252. It's... Yeah. Yeah, baby dragon bones are not worth it at that price. We can try the big bone. Okay, that's more like it. Alright, give me 1,000 of those. Alright, it's a good start. Wait, let's... Hold on. Before I do anything stupid, let's sell all these. I'm only gonna use the big bones. The other bones we can... The regular bones, sell those off. Brother. Dragon bone. Wolfbound. Holy shit. Dude, bank was fucking made. Crazy. Just made so much money off that shit. There, that's probably enough. Maybe. I'm not sure. Find some crap to just throw in here for a mill. See if we get lucky. Alright, now. Let's go to Lumbridge. Or, you know what? Maybe we can just stay here. And I believe I should be able to use these bones on this fire. Doesn't this give fire? It gives fire making XP too. It does. Hell yeah. Well, there you go. Problem solved. Bro, we are cooking. Hardcore. I can't believe all those wolf bones and shit just insta sold for like over 300 freaking K. It's crazy. Alright, 43 is still gonna take a minute to get to you. With big bones, at least. It's gonna take some time. Yo, dragon bones frickin' are not much more. The dragon bones could be a lot better, actually. Let's price check the dragon bones. Man, I had some of those and I sold them too. $14.99. They're getting merged. Dragon bones are $14.82 to $14.99. It's more than it says on here. I don't know. We'll see if we can get some of these. So, $14.82. If we can get dragon bones, that'll speed stuff up by a good amount. Because it's literally not double, not triple, more than quadruple the XP rate increase for a bit more money. Damn, I got merched on my dragon bones. Those bastards. Oh, here we go. Let's go, baby. They buy it. That's what I'm talking about. Dragon Bone. There's 6 more levels. Alright, once I get these prayer levels, then I think I go back to Anku's. You can cremate ashes? Is that a thing? It might not be a bad idea to go beyond 43, honestly. Wouldn't be a horrible idea. Extra career points would be good. I should have left those in, I think. Potentially. Hold on. Let's log out. And then we log back in. Because it was giving me a warning. Okay, this is still good. Now this is reset. We're cooking, baby. Alright. Deal 2H. +1. Mithril 2H. Adamant 2H. What about the black 2H? 25. Sure, can pick that up to you. Why not? Alright, for the ranged weapons, we need to have a look here. Ranged. Okay. Iron crossbow. Yo, please give this to me. I know I want it. No freaking shot, man. Messed up, man. There's darts? I can do darts? Damn, bro. I didn't know that. Wait, I think darts are garbage. Darts have a range of 4. This has a range of 5. The 2H has a range of 7. That has a range of 7 too. Dude. Are you kidding me? I cannot get a freaking set to save my life. Well, we got the rune set. We're good on the sword set. We got those. These are our backups. I'll take it. I will literally take it. Brother. This is this is bullshit, bro. Yeah, the lack of the reduced player count from old school Runescape is definitely showing right now. There's no one selling these items because they're just unpopular. Damn, this sucks. Adamant. Bronze. Clover crossbow token. Well, we got the mithril crossbow and we got the rune crossbow, but I don't have a set of the other ones. Adamant crossbow, 2H, adamant crossbow, 2H. Let's try this. Okay. Iron, steel, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. There, we got our sets. I should have went for, honestly. No, I think it's fine, actually. Yeah, it should be fine. Now I need bolts. Okay, so I can get rune bolts for... Alright, 145 on that. Hmm. Brother. Alright, give me like 1K of these. No, probably don't. Maybe 100 of them. $190. Wow. Robbery. The actual highway robbery. Again, we might not need that many of them, though. 20. What just happened? It just pulled my attention, but it wasn't ready to reset. Might have to set the idle. Go to fire, set that to like 5,000. And then mithril, bought it, so 31 for mithril. Do something like that. Alright, and then... That's right, we were still working on the bones, that's right. We got those cooking. Now what? Need to buy some Maddox for this thing. Archaeology. I don't think it's gonna let me get too many of those though. I'm gonna go brush my teeth in a minute here. Let me set up another set of bones. Total level 300. Okay, we're probably level 46. I'm cool with going over 43 a bit, because more prayer levels are just going to help me train more. Also, cremation dragon bones is not a bad prayer training method. I mean, it's no bone crusher, but I don't think it's bad. Big bones, on the other hand, I don't think that's worth my time. Because according to that chart, this is going to be more than 8 GP. And then this is going to be... That's like right on the dot, 6.45. So you're paying a little bit of a premium for the dragon bones, but I definitely think it's worth it. But I do need to get some sleep here soon. I got work tomorrow. But we made some mad gains today. 54 defense, 61 magic, 47 prayer. We got some more iron bolts. Just a couple more. Well, that's the other thing. Not only do you get prayer. Wait, hold on. Cost per XP. This might not even be calculating in the fire mechanic XP. So it might even be more worthwhile than it seems on the surface. It looks like... Well, I already had level 25 prayer, so it looks like fire making levels faster with cremation than prayer. It seems like to me. Still can't resize anything. Guess I'm gonna have to mess with the edit layout mode thing at some point. Where are we on in this game? 71 range, just about to hit. Let's see if I quit. Oh, we're about to get a GPS increase. Max hit 11 incoming, baby. There you go. Level 72. Now I got a max height of 11. Combat level 67. Range level 72. I just need 13 more range levels. I'll be 85. I'll have all the range levels that I want. I'll be able to wield a freaking twisted bow if I can find the money somehow. I just want to look at this for a second. See how this works. I'm thinking the gemstone crab. At this point, my max hit is 11. I think we could actually really benefit from going back to the gemstone crab. But that'll have to be later, not tonight. Weird cooking these cranes. It's lame that it won't let you look at it that while in combat. Alright, I need something AFK for... since I'm about to get off, so we're gonna... I think we're gonna buy some more. Let's see... crafting, core equipment. Or maybe we could just leave it for tonight. The hell's this? It's not ready to be picked yet. F? One strange fruit placed on the ground. Strange fruit. It's worth $2.55. That is trash. Yeah, this fucking noob, man. Freaking noob, bro. Trape. This one's for ranged, and then we'll do the power ammy. Where, iron. Wield that. What? You need level 10 for iron? Since when? Please. There you go. Now give me the other one now. Please. Yes. Awesome. Bronze bolt. You gotta be kidding me. Why is it so hard for me to get what I need for that? There we go. Paid a premium for that. Anything else? I don't think this stuff matters right now. Just go to Berthorpe and go train on the freaking trolls, I guess. Until level... Crossbow. Let's do that. Hold on. Freaking set this garbage up. Okay, now we can go. Ozan, you asshole. Stole my kill. Freaking crashed by the Nerub. Alright. I like how the cabbage is considered the cabbage is highlighted as a valuable drop. That's funny. Alright, I might get off for the night and try to get some sleep. What we'll do is I'm gonna I think what I should do is just do some questing with my mage stats. Who knows what I'll get from that. Maybe I'll get some combat stats. It could be good. But yeah, I'm calling it there for the night. I'll be back on tomorrow. See y'all later. And thanks to everybody who came and hung out and chatted and stuff. I appreciate y'all a lot. All right. See y'all next time.